Hello, folks. I'm getting set up to go, and we should be going in just a minute. Appreciate your patience. I should be on just about all day long today, doing 2 cartoons. Thanks. Hello, folks. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. And I think I'm probably going to be sitting here drawing all day long because I'm going to try to do 2 cartoons. One it will be a new one about the Apple's battle in the courts to keep from giving the government access to data on their phones. And the first cartoon is going to be an elite Scalia Vacancy on the Supreme Court cartoon. And it's going to be a reworking of a cartoon that I drew a number of years ago, back when I was with MSNBC. And let's get going on that one first, because I can send that one out quicker. So this is the old cartoon that I did for MSNBC, and it's the partisan Supreme Court, and what I plan to do to update this and make a different point for today is I'm going to take Scalia here and take him out and put an empty chair there. So we've got the court evenly split between the donkeys and the elephants. And that's actually kind of working out nicely to be where the empty chair is for the composition, so I'm kind of pleased with that. Anyway, so what I think I'm going to need to do here is take the black line part of this old cartoon out. I don't think I saved the original with all the layers because this was so many years ago. And I will draw empty chair and put it in there in Photoshop and then recolor the whole thing so that it looks a little more consistent with the way that I'm coloring things now. And we've got the partisan Supreme Court with an empty chair. This was actually a cartoon that I struggled with at the time because, you know, you gotta both make a caricature of a person and make them donkeys and elephants at the same time, and that was a little bit of a challenge for some of these guys. Hello, Diego Jadan. Nice to see you there. Did I meet you in Ecuador? I traveled to Ecuador recently. You've got a wonderful cartoonist there, Bonil, and also Pablo Cajas, two just fantastic world-class cartoonists. So although Ecuador is not a place that one thinks of for press freedoms, you have two of the best editorial cartoonists there, so you consider yourselves lucky enough, huh? Could be worse. All right, so let's get going. And like I said, relax. I'm going to be here all day long. Oh, in case you wonder what all these little spots are on my white drawing table, that is that I use crummy paper and the pencil breaks through, and I'm constantly drawing little bits of pencil here and there. So, just so you know. Alright, I printed out this portion with Scalia of this cartoon, and I have it in black and white here. And I'm going to draw over that and try to reconstruct a chair that looks a bit more like the chair that Justice Ginsburg is in, which I can see a little more clearly. In fact, with the real Supreme Court image that I drew this from, Justice Ginsburg's chair is the only one where you can clearly see a chair. Now, I understand going forward that the Supreme Court is going to, for their oral arguments, they're going to have an empty chair where Scalia sat, and it's going to be draped in black. But I think in this case, I'm going to need to draw the chairs that they used in this photograph, which are fairly complicated chairs. So I'm going to spend a bit of time trying to make a chair out of this. A chair that looks consistent with the chairs around it. Just so that it is a consistent empty chair. So not a lot of crazy fun stuff going on in this. This is more an exercise in photoshopping. Oh, and I should probably discuss a little bit about the next cartoon that I'm going to draw. This is my rough sketch for it. And it's going to be despots from around the world holding their iPhones, all laughing about how they can get a court order to break into iPhones in their country because, you know, we don't have the same respect for courts in other countries as we do here. And Apple makes a good point about if they make an open door into the iPhone here, then their other biggest market, which is probably bigger than America, and China, is going to want that right away just to suppress their dissidents. And so I tend to come down on the side of Apple in this dispute. And I think it's more important to support the freedom of dissidents in oppressed countries around the world than it is to know what happened during these few hours with these terrorists, or to preemptively make other terrorists use different software to make their phones secure than what Apple provides. Anyway, so my crummy rough sketch: Syria, Kim Jong-un, Iran's supreme leader, Putin without a shirt, President Xi in China, and Satan are all laughing about how they can make Apple get into their phones with a simple court order. Anyway, that one's going to take a bit of time to draw because it's got a number of caricatures and some research I need to do on the internet to make sure those caricatures are right. So, back to drawing this puppy. That's what comes next, and that's what's going to take most of the day after I get this guy done. Make sure this chair matches Ruth Bader Ginsburg's chair and looks appropriately empty. So folks, please do follow. I appreciate your follows. I think at this time I'm probably the only editorial cartoonist who is attempting to do live streaming. And so I'm the proof of concept guy. See if we can get more editorial cartoonists doing this. I don't know that we will, but perhaps. I think it's kind of harder to guess at the perspective on the chair, seeing as nobody's sitting in it. It's going to want to go up just about to his jowls to be consistent with the Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If you have any comments, please don't be shy. Ginger and Juice writes, "Thank you for streaming your craft on Twitch. It's very cool." Well, thank you, Ginger and Juice. I like the idea of streaming. I hope to make it work. We'll see if we do. And if you haven't followed, please follow Ginger and Juice. I appreciate it. I'm not sure that chair is looking too good, but you know, it's a cartoon chair. It shouldn't have to be perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got going to be one short of the number of spokes in the back of this chair compared to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's chair. Height of chair is too high. Oh, following already. Very good. That's what I like to hear. Probably the only people watching are the ones who are following already, since I just started, and that's how you guys got to know that I was doing this. I think the base of this chair is a little bit out of perspective. Let's fix that. Is that right? Kinda right, I think. I'm gonna need to make the background black around it. Alright, let's trace this pup. Here's a good partially used piece of paper. And like I said, you know, just sit back and get comfortable, because after I do this adapt a cartoon and color it, I'm going to be here all afternoon doing the next cartoon, which has half a dozen caricatures in it, so it's going to take a while. I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, but it's the Twitch comments that show up on the screen and that I respond to. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you, very nice, but I might not see your comments. Maybe I will, might not. Twitch, I watch, and Twitch appears up here on the screen. Okay, Scalia's chair. Hello, Lily Bean. Do you watch this thing all day, every day? I tell you, I like the idea of leaving windows open on artist drawing table all day, every day. That seems like something that artists should want to do. Anyway, just in case you're wondering, I've got a coffee cup here full of pencils, and I go back and forth between my hard 4H pencils and my soft, I guess those are 2H pencils, aren't they? HB2? I'm not even sure what those are. HB2. Alright. Phone's in my pocket calling me. I don't answer any phone calls that don't have caller ID, just in case you're trying to sell me something. Alright. Scalia's empty chair. This has to look like it's drawn consistent with the other guys in this drawing that I drew years ago. And just to remind you, this is the cartoon where I'm going to take Scalia out and his chair is going to be empty. And I think that makes it an all-new, nice cartoon. And I did spend quite a bit of time back in the day trying to do combo caricatures of the justices as donkeys and elephants. So I thought it was good to reuse this one, update it a bit, make it make sense for today's news. I think the editors are gonna like this one. It's actually a better cartoon with the empty seat making a different point. I also need to remember to revise my signature and take the MSNBC out. Don't let me forget that. Okay, I've got to think about how it's black behind the chair because of the robes and the details of the other characters that are there next to Scalia's empty chair, which is why I need to redraw this way. And I think this is easier than trying to do it directly freehand on the Wacom tablet, because this will just look a little more like I drew it the same way as the rest of the drawing. So, partisan Supreme Court with Scalia's chair empty. I was going to do, you know, there's been all these scorched earth kinds of obits of Scalia by people who did not like him, and I'm among those who did not like him. Particularly for the Bush versus Gore decision, which was just an outrage. This guy's supposed to be so true to the Constitution and such an originalist, and then he does the absolute partisan crap, betraying all the high-minded language. So I don't have a lot of respect for the guy. I was going to do a scorched earth obit with Lady Liberty and Lady Justice dancing on his grave. But I thought perhaps that would make the editors angry enough not to reprint it, and I was away for a long weekend and a little bit late with the cartoon, so I decided, what the hell, draw one that the editors are going to like more, and that would be this one. So Diego Jadan writes, "That's true, Daryl. In Ecuador we have a good cartoonist. Actually, Pancho Cajas is my friend and make a drawing of me. I'd like to see your process of drawing. You're an artist. Which city did you know in Ecuador?" I went to Ecuador not long ago to an event that Bonil organized with a number of cartoonists from around the world. And we had a bunch of seminars, and it was sponsored by, my part of the visit was sponsored by the American Embassy in Quito. And it was very nice. And I only went to Quito for the Bonil event. But I was there for a few days, and it was lovely. And while I was in Quito, I ate some bad ceviche. It was conch ceviche, and it was just absolutely delicious, the conch ceviche. And I got a bacterial food poisoning from the bad conch ceviche, and absolutely knocked me out. Boy, I was throwing up. And so I walked into the bathroom to throw up, and I fainted, whacked my head on the toilet on the way down, was unconscious for a while, bleeding like a pig. Folks found me, took me to the hospital. Lots of drama. Anyway, I got a nice big scar above this eye, souvenir of my trip to Quito. And I will no longer eat the conch. Although I must say that conch ceviche, which I understand is a very Ecuadorian dish, was absolutely delicious. But I learned in the hospital, don't eat the conch. So That's one of the rules by which I live my life now. I don't eat the conch. I suppose there's a bit of irony in there. I conch my head when I eat the conch. Is that looking right? I'm not sure I have the perspective quite right on this chair. This is what the chairs actually look like in this photo. I'm not quite sure, too, how important it is that I get the perspective right on this chair, since it is just a friggin' cartoon. Anyway, Quito is delightful. I love that the high altitude Andes climate right there on the equator. And, you know, both Pablo Cajas and Bonil, your two great editorial cartoonists, are very brave to do what they do in Ecuador. Scary place to be an editorial cartoonist, I think. So Diego Jedan, if you would please follow me. I do appreciate the follows. Okay, so I think I've got John Roberts' arm poking back in here. So let's do that. And then let's see, this guy, who is that? Breyer? I forget who this is. Bit of stuff going on there. He's going to be not entirely black at this point. So I'll scan this, resize, place it over the black line, get the drawing looking like it was intended to be this way in the first place. And then I'm going to recolor it. So I'll be on this for a while. I appreciate you folks being here. Perhaps you'll spend the day with me. And if you would comment more, I'd have more to say. In case you're wondering, over here on the right I've got a piece of sandpaper on the tabletop. That I used to put a chisel point on my pencil. And I have been practicing the mumbling to myself while I draw, because when I watch other people on Twitch Creative, I want to hear them saying stuff, narrate what they're doing as they go along. And I find that that's kind of a idiot savant skill that needs to be developed. So I'm working on it, but if you'll comment, that'll give me more to talk about. You can hear stories of how I whack my head and get food poisoning. Don't get much sympathy for food poisoning in Ecuador. Oh, you Americans, they say. Can't eat anything. All that said, in as scary a place as Ecuador politically, I quite like Ecuador. Delightful place. So, their second biggest city, Guayaquil, is slated to be destroyed by rising oceans with global warming. So right down on the coast. And Quito, which is way up in the Andes, is slated to be destroyed by this giant volcano that looms over town. So there's this kind of sense of impending natural disaster in Ecuador. There's a general scariness to the place beyond the crazy politics. Also fascinating that they use American dollars for their currency, because they just can't, they don't have the self-control to make their own currency work. They do the hyperinflation, and people don't want their currency. Not an unfamiliar problem as we see it now in Venezuela, which I wouldn't be surprised to also see end up using American dollars as their currency, simply because nothing else can be made to work. Although as a visiting American editorial cartoonist, lovely to have them use American dollars as their currency. It's a convenience. You guys are so quiet. Kind of a boring chair, but I think it serves the purpose good enough. And I think it's basically correct. Basically. Oh, now I'm getting comments on YouTube. I'm sorry, folks. I wasn't looking at YouTube. Nice to see you there. Kids Group News writes, for your information, YouTube headline says Daryl draws Flint water crisis in Flint, Michigan. Yeah, you know, I haven't been good about updating YouTube because I get more people watching on Twitch. I forget to update it. I should do that. Kid Scoop writes, I'd save the Speedy Gonzales cartoon. Long campaign and Trump is sure to go there again sooner or later. Yeah, you know, the problem with things like that is that they go up and then the editors notice them that when they're new, and then you don't think to search for the oldies, you just look at the new stuff. So the oldies get reused, but unless they're refreshed and made newly relevant like I'm doing with this one, they often get lost. Lost to time because editorial cartoons go stale. People want to look at the new stuff. So, Mark Robinson writes, I tried using very dark pencil instead of pen and ink, but wasn't satisfied with the end result. It looks great when you do it, though. Oh, well, I do it for convenience and because I'm comfortable with it. Nothing wrong with using pen and ink. Kid Scoop writes, Bernie looks perfect. Not sure if I like his wild hair or the way you drew his mouth best. Okay. It'll be different next time. Doug Granger, nice to see you here, writes, were you surprised by the results from New Hampshire, especially on the GOP side? As an Ohioan, I find it amusing that Governor Kasich is considered moderate. Yeah. What can I say? Alright, I guess I should update that title on the YouTube page. Give me just a second. Dashboard, streaming, beta. I'm drawing all day today, Thursday. Come join me. Did that work? It did not. Sorry folks, I digress to update the YouTube page. Oh dear. Just a second. Okay, title is updated on YouTube. Scott writes shadow on the column. He's referring to the old cartoon. Handhead shadow. Yes. Well, not having Scalia there reveals the shoes of the Supreme Court Justice who are sitting behind him. Hadn't thought about that. Okay, this is Sotomayor. So she's going to need some lady shoes. don't need a lot of detail. They just need to make it look like the background is correct. Anyway, folks, thank you again for watching. Please do follow me on Twitch or on YouTube. I appreciate both. You guys have gone quiet. I guess that's working. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have to scan this, get it into Photoshop. And since the scanner is not hooked up into my streaming system, I'm going to have to go off for about 10 minutes. While I scan this. See, that's how I get these little marks on the table. I go through my paper. Okay. I think that's kind of looking right enough. It's an empty chair. What the hell? How wrong can it be? This perspective is wrong right there, isn't it? I ask how wrong it can be, and then I answer my own question. That's a little better. Okay, folks, give me a few minutes to scan this and I will be right back. So we're going back to, I'm going to go back to the timer. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Don't go away. Okay, folks, I'm back. Faster than you thought I'd be. That scan went pretty efficiently. So, what's happening again is I've got this old cartoon, which is the partisan Supreme Court as Donkeys and Elephants. Antonin Scalia here is going to be an empty chair. So we'll have an even number of donkeys and elephants. And then I will revise the cartoon, and it will be relevant to today, and probably one that editors are eager to print. So let's pull out the Wacom tablet. Excuse me, this will be loud. I have to move my microphone. Sorry, I knew that was loud. Thank you again for all of you who are watching. All right. Wacom tablet repositioned. You don't get to see any of that. You just see the screen, huh? I don't think you'd want to see that. Okay. Oh, I had a follow today. Diego Jadan, thank you for following from Ecuador. Very good. All right, let's get rid of the gray. Here I've got the black and white. Black line art. Add a few layers. Let's put this one on top. Multiply. All right. Here, I think I'm going to put a layer on top of that and fill with opacity, let's say 60. Oops. All. Fill with opacity 70. All right. That'll make it easier for me to see what I'm doing when I'm adding in the scan. So let's go to the scan, and we'll do all of it, make it a little bigger. And I will adjust brightness and contrast, because this is a pencil drawing. And a little bit darker. Do the brightness and contrast again. Photoshop doesn't like to make contrast 100% really mean a contrast 100%. It resists a little bit. The nature of the Photoshop. Then I'm going to come in and clean this up. Cartoon man writes, the microphone sounded like an elephant, so it worked. I'm sorry about that. It's on. It's not meant to be moved while I'm doing a streaming. Okay, so we're going to come in here and clean up this puppy. Let's make this, okay, grayscale, and bitmap, so I know it's absolutely clean black and white. And now I'll make it, bitmap, so it's clean black and white. Come on, come on, come on. And let's go in here and clean it up. I find that, even though I have to come in and clean up these pencil drawings because they're pencil drawings, you have to clean up ink drawings too. And I'm not convinced that, or at least from my experience, cleaning up ink drawings is I get just as much dirt and crud and hickeys as when I do pencil drawings. Even though you think they should be cleaner. So fix little bits. then this chair will be ready to drop in on top. And I will take Scalia out. Thank you for your comments, folks. Thank you, Diego Jadan, for following. I do appreciate the follow. And like I said, sit back and relax, because I've got another cartoon coming after this one. And I'm going to recolor this one. I'm not going to drop it in on top of the color of the other one. So I'm going to be here all day long. Get comfortable. All day long. Right, how is this looking? Am I pleased with this? You know, it would be fun to live someplace like South Carolina where a presidential election really matters. Instead of here in California where everything is always decided first. Our primary is on the absolutely last day that it's possible to have a primary, in June. I suppose there's still something possible to be resolved in June, but by and large, California just schedules itself out of any relevance. So, to which I say, bastards! Arian Techie writes, didn't realize how meticulous you had to be with drawings. Well, you don't have to be. You can be as messy as you want. But, I think it's good to figure that a cartoon should take 4 or 5 hours. I'm sure some cartoonists work much faster. Some cartoonists brag about working much faster. Alright, am I happy with that empty chair? I think it's working. Alright, so let's select all, make it grayscale. We'll select the black color range. There, I've got it. And we'll go back to, nope, we'll go back to Photoshop. And this guy. And let's paste that there and make it smaller. Free transform. Cartoon Man writes, would be interesting if California was first, would shake out the ultramarines fairly quickly. Remember the fracas that we had when Michigan tried to be, what was it, second? And they disallowed Michigan's delegates because they wouldn't stand for that. There's such institutional support for Iowa and New Hampshire being first, which seems like a scandal to me. All right, let's see. That's his back of his chair is there and there. That goes up on their shoulders. There and there. This chair needs to come down a bit. How's that look? Do I like that? I've got his hand over here. His chair over here. I guess that's alright. Shiver Tickles writes, shouldn't the other court members be frowning? I think this was their actual facial expression in their photograph. They were kind of smiley. See how it looks to take that out. Is that looking okay? No, I've got some kind of thing going on. That's part of Scalia. Alright, let's fix that. That's why I did that before. Okay, let's try this. It looks okay. All right. Oh, I've got Scalia's head right there, don't I? All right, we'll take Scalia's little bit of head out. There he goes. I'm gonna need some more curtains going down. Keep a little more curtain. Funky Monkey writes, to top off an already good day, Daryl is online. Oh, thank you, Funky Monkey. Okay. Yes, today should be a good one since I'll be online so long. Opacity 100. And we'll, oops. Oh, that's right. Link this one in. How does that look? Alright. Why isn't that blacker? I don't know. Funky Monkey writes, what's this drawing about then? Well, you know, I haven't reset Nightbot to answer those standard questions. This one, now that you can see the entire cartoon here, you can see that this is a drawing of the Supreme Court as their partisan donkey elephant selves. And they're evenly divided with no Scalia on the court. I'm taking an old cartoon that was the then entire court as donkeys and elephants, and I'm amending it. To make it a cartoon about Scalia's vacancy on the court. Okay, black, hard, 100%, 100%. Let's take that out, see what we think. This needs to go. Because the signature has changed. This needs to go. And this. I guess that's looking right. Okay, so let's merge these. How do we like that? Okay. I think I will delete that layer. And delete that layer. Let's take all of this and we'll make it grayscale. Okay, bitmap, okay. Alright, this is the new line art here. That is the cartoon. Cartoon Man writes, I'm no conspiracy theorist, but Scalia died while on a hunting vacation. Where was Dick Cheney? Oh dear. They were hunting quail too, just like Dick Cheney was. When he shot his attorney buddy in the face. Gotta watch out for those quail. Okay. I guess that's making sense. Alright, this is going to be the cartoon. Interesting how I got this line through here. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Well, let's get rid of that. No, not that kind of quail. Ed Wilson writes, Daryl, watching from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Lots of cartoon ideas happening here this week. You've got all the drama there in South Carolina right now. Fun place to be. Clean this pup up just a little bit more. But I think it's looking okay. Get to the idea. Empty chair. Alright, let's make this bitmap again. 400 DPI. Kind of typical for me. Okay, now I need to make color versions and black and white versions. So here you can see the black and white that I just did. This is what it was before with Scalia in position and the color I did last time. And I don't think I would do the color the same way this time around. But I can leave this around to kind of remember what I did last time. I think I may just do color first and see if I can jimmy that up into a black and white version. Oh, I need to get my signature in here. I think that's looking right. Okay. And we will bump up the contrast. Make it bitmap. Here is the finished line art. So I'm going to save as. Line art 400 dpi TIFF. Okay. Done. Now let's. Monkey writes, "How are you, Daryl?" Oh, everything's good today. Sorry to have gone a week since my last cartoon. I took a little vacation. But I'm back at work. 2 cartoons today. Alright. Image mode grayscale. Okay. Image mode CMYK. Save as. CMYK. Go anywhere nice? I went to Las Vegas for the weekend. I guess what Las Vegas is not a place you describe as nice. Cartoon Man writes, "Have you ever had your artwork plagiarized and seen it used on t-shirts and such?" Yes, I have. Not unusual for my artwork to be stolen. Although that's not... Seeing my artwork stolen is different from having it plagiarized. My artwork is frequently plagiarized and frequently stolen. 2 different kinds of events, though. All right. Now I'm in CMYK. I need some more layers. Do that. Layers. That up. Move that over. Don't know how I got out of my regular comfortable layout here. Let's have a few more layers. I like to give it as many layers as my height here. Okay, now what do I want to do? I want to select, that needs to multiply. Let's select the black, and we want to make it select all the black there, make it 0, 0, 0, 100, and we will delete and fill. And that should be 100. Let's check it. There. Good. Save. Okay. Include layers. Now let's select that color range again. And select the inverse and delete. We'll go down here to layer 1, select all, flip that. Is this absolutely white? Yes. I have to check that because sometimes Photoshop is a little hinky about 100% things. It wants to resist. Okay, there we are. Save. Folks, please do follow. I appreciate the follows. Very nice if you would follow. Okay, so this is actually pretty true to the colors in the actual Supreme Court photo. I suppose I should think about that as I do this. Move that over there. You can kind of see it, kind of not. Edwin Wilson Toons writes, what size is your cartoon? Is it 9 inches by 12 inches? It is 8 inches wide and usually about 5.75 tall. Let's see what size it is. 8 by 5. Good editorial cartoon size. Generally, editorial cartoon is 1.5 wide by 1 tall. And this is fine, 8 by 5. Okay. How red do I want to make this background? I did one in the past. That was another Supreme Court cartoon. This one, where I drew this one when they did their Citizens United decision. The 4 justices, the 4 Republican appointed justices who voted in favor of Citizens United, making corporations into people for their free speech. I put the $100 bill in them. And on this one, I went lighter with that background curtain. Do I want to do that again? I don't know. This is the actual red curtain behind them. And this is what I did on this one because I thought the red curtain was drawing away from the dollar bills. I think I probably need to go with the real red. Maybe a little bit not quite so genuinely red. I don't know. Let's give it a shot here. Oh, and you can see in the background here I've already done my homework and And so I have President Xi and Kim Jong-un and the Supreme Leader of Iran and Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, Bashar Assad. These are all going to be in the next cartoon I draw. I suppose I should hide them for now. Oops, I don't want to do that. Hide them in the corner there. All right. So 8 by 5 and 400 DPI. When I save this, I'll probably save it as a JPEG to get the size down, and rather than a TIFF, just because it's got a bunch going on to get it below our size limit, which is 3.5 megs. And since many of our cartoons are emailed to editors, we have a size limit so that those editors who have file attachment size limits in their email boxes don't get their cartoons bouncing. All right. Red. Oops. Let's go with that and maybe 50%. See how that starts to look. Put more detail in that. This is just laying down the back. The rug is also red in this photo that they always do. Here I'll go one up and I'll do my sponge texture, opacity 80, that a little bigger. Bring that down a bit and we'll put some detail in here on the lights. Okay, and I can put some darker reds in. These are sponge textures that I made from actually scanning sponge. Just because I like sponge texture. So folks, please do remember to follow. I do appreciate your follows. Been a while since I last had a follow. I think that's probably a little better than having that extra bright red like I did here. A little bit better. What do we think? Cartoon Man likes my sponge texture. You know, I find that when this prints in the newspaper, it's usually much smaller and you kind of lose the texture, but the texture makes it end up looking like it was actually done on a piece of paper. It ends up feeling more like a paper texture, which is kind of nice. Okay, I think that's probably where I'm going to let the... Do I want to have some darker shadow in some of those dark spots? Maybe I do. Let's do that. Let's give it a bit of... We'll try this, see if I like it. I think maybe it needed that. In the dark spots. Edwin Wilson writes, when you first started drawing editorial cartoons, what materials did you use? I like ink and watercolor. I always did things pretty much the same way. Not much change for me. Alright, that's their background. Let's start doing... laying in some color. I think I'm gonna like making the elephants the same. Oh, that's not Photoshop that I've got that open in. Alright. Let's open that one. Maybe I should do their robes first, huh? Get these guys here. 100. Make that hard. I like to make elephants a little bit purple. That stands out with the reddish background. I'll come back and add tone to them all later. Interesting how often I get the comments from people about how they are surprised that I take so much time with this. There seems to be this idea that cartoons are effortless and go very quickly. I look at this process and I think I'm going pretty quickly. People expect it to be done in 10 minutes. I think that's one reason it's a little bit difficult to argue for higher prices as a illustrator. Kennedy. Oh, looks like I missed his ear, didn't I? On the last one, his ear kind of got cropped because it was going into Kagan. Let's see what I can do about that. Give him a bit more ear. All right. That's better than nothing, I guess. All right. Oh, I did forget the ear on the guy to the left. Thank you, Funky Monkey. That's Chief Justice Roberts. Didn't do his hands either. Okay, that's all 4 of those guys. I think I'll grab my donkey color and get those guys in. watercolor. It's convenient to have the cartoon I colored before. I have made all my color choices there already. Kid Scoop News writes, just read that Justice Ginsburg wears different collars or jabats for when she's on a majority opinion. The one you drew is her favorite for times when she's among the dissenting opinion. That's interesting. I just copied the one in the photograph. Helioff Cream writes, go take care of your children. What are you doing at there? Well, my children have grown up and moved away. Thank you for the compliment, Helioff Cream. You need to go follow me. I'm hurting for follows here. I do appreciate if you would follow. Oh, I did have another follow. Shiver Tickles followed 11 minutes ago. Thank you, Shiver Tickles. I do appreciate. It's interesting how the reddish curtain makes the brown of the donkey look less warm brown. Oh, Helioff Cream, thank you so much for following. I do appreciate. Okay, I guess next I need to do, excuse me here, do their, robes. What did I do the robes as before? Close that off. Kind of a nondescript gray. Let's go with the light part of the gray. Come back here and I'll do the robes. I'll do the chairs on top of that. That should be easier. Oh, I forgot their flesh tones on their legs. Just a reminder, when you're coloring a cartoon, you put the black layer on top, the black line layer. You make sure it's 100% black and not the little percentage of everything that Photoshop likes to make it. And then you select multiply for that layer so that all the colors underneath actually print underneath. That way you avoid the haloing and the problems with registration, gumming up the fine lines among your black lines. Hell of Cream writes, can you draw about Turkish president dictator please one day? Erdogan. I have drawn Erdogan before. He is terrible about press freedom issues. I drew him, as I recall, when he threw a cartoonist into jail for depicting him as an animal in a cartoon. Problem that seems to be recurring around the world. There's a cartoonist in Iran that's in jail for 12 years for drawing Iranian legislators as animals. But you don't expect that in a country like Turkey, that's a member of NATO, that's supposed to hold freedoms in high regard, that wants to join the EU. But Erdogan is not a big guy for freedoms. And he's pretty terrible. So if you're there in Turkey, you have my my sympathy. You know, that said, the Turkish cartoonists push back and are very talented, excellent cartoonists. Great tradition of cartooning in Turkey. I do this through the black areas because I want to make sure the color goes behind everything, and I have to remember that I'm going to draw the chair on top. So I should just go through all of this and gray it up. Remember where I've been. This looks like it's a gray that's made out of something that doesn't have black in it, which is nice with the black line. I think it is. It's got 30% black in it. Casual Kara. Casual Kara, you are one of my recent followers. I do appreciate your follow 4 days ago. Thank you so much. Sotomayor. Forklift driver Klaus. Thank you for being here, Klaus. Before you go away, please do follow. I need the follows. I appreciate it. And thank you, Hello Cream, for following. I do appreciate that. 3 new follows today. That's great. I'm going to be here for a long time because I'm going to do another cartoon after this one from scratch. This one is This one is a revamp of an oldie. Oh, forklift driver Klaus, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. So, Casual Kara, you think watching drawing is relaxing? I need to think all the time while I do this. Not relaxing for me. It is methodical, though. Okay, let's get a little bit of donkey color in here. Put it on the donkey color layer. Donkey foot. And donkey foot. Now, what do I want to... What did I do in this other one? I did a kind of a little... One darker donkey color, didn't I? Alright. Let's call this our darker donkey layer. We'll go over here for darker donkey color. Soften that up. Maybe 45% looks good. Can be a little bit smaller. Okay. I'm gonna do, oh, that's not dark enough. Put it down there. Kagan. It really is easier to do a cartoon when you've figured all this stuff that you're gonna do in the past cartoon. And thank you folks for being here. I appreciate your comments. Your comments keep me talking. Didn't care for that. I went in a different direction with her, didn't I? Let's do the same thing for the elephants that can be on the same layer, huh? Of course, this is Clarence Thomas here. Casual Kara writes, do you have a favorite news source? I'm curious as to where an editorial cartoonist gets their news from. Well, before I streamed, I used to do all of my art with Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC blaring on the TV with the talking heads. And I don't do that now because I need quiet for the for the streaming. So that is a bit different for me. But I go out in the morning and I read newspapers, and I kind of live between Nashville, Tennessee, and Santa Barbara, California. When I'm in Santa Barbara, I read the Santa Barbara News Press and the Los Angeles Times every morning. Sometimes I'll pick up the New York Times. On Sundays, I usually get the New York Times. And in Tennessee, where there's no Santa Barbara News Press, or actually the New York Times is actually kind of hard to buy where I am in Tennessee, I get the Nashville Tennessean, the Gannett paper there, which is very nice about running my cartoons, as is the Santa Barbara News Press. And I read the Wall Street Journal, which is terrible for editorial cartooning. They have no editorial cartoonist. And that's kind of like Fox News in print, the Wall Street Journal. Alright, what did I do for donkey snouts? I did a kind of a lighter color, didn't I? Let's go with donkey snout color. Here, donkey snout layer. Boom, 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 boom. 100%? Maybe not quite 100%. There, donkey snout color. Go a little bit of donkey snout shade. Let's try some donkey snout shade. Needs to be a little darker. Oops. I liked that. Backwards, step backwards. Oh, let's hop up to the top and give them their white eyeballs. 0 times 0, 0, 0. 100% hard. Okay. Eyeballs. She's got her nice little white thing too. I think she's got white cuffs. I haven't checked on that. Let's presume she does. Kagan. Kennedy. Alito. Oops, went outside the line on Alito. Can't do that with Alito. Roberts. I have mixed feelings about Roberts. Interesting to hear how the Republicans just despise him as the man who made Obamacare happen. The ones I have the greatest disdain for are the ones who voted on Bush versus Gore. Well, voted against Bush versus Gore. Casual Kara, which is off to study for school. Glad to catch my stream, however briefly. Well, thank you, Casual Kara. Remember, I'm going to be here for a long time because I'm going to start another cartoon after this, so this is going to be an all-day affair. And if you're available, come on back. Okay, let's give him some brown hair here. I think I went with much the same brown hair on all of them. I'm putting that on the top layer. I guess that's all right. Brown, brown. So thanks for stopping by, Casual Kara. Lena Kagan has the same brown hair. Let's give it to Justice Ginsburg too. What the hell? I like Justice Ginsburg. All right. Let's give them some more white. Should I do that? Maybe it shouldn't be quite white. A little bit of gray to it. Looks like I forgot the side of John Roberts' head. That. Okay, I think that's looking right. Alrighty, save that for a minute. I need to do details on the robes, so let's get that done. Details on the robes. guess that's a good size. Opacity there. Yeah. Just for a little depth, a little more stuff going on. Oops, yeah, that's all right. Thank you again, folks, for spending your day with me. I do appreciate it. Yeah, with the sponge textures and different color choices I'm making here, this makes this look much more like one of my recent cartoons rather than an oldie with my flat colors. This was a fairly old one. Before the empty chair. Okay, I think they're looking more right there. I might give them all just a little bit of white highlight. See if I like this. If I use this layer, no. A little bit of spongy texture overall. For the lights. Oh, I forgot Alito's hair. Gray-haired guys need a little bit more gray hair, don't they? Okay, come back up here and give them their gray hair. 0, 0, 0, 0. He's the only gray-headed one. Grab the brown hair again. Get Alito's hair in there. All right, I'm gonna do the chairs. I need a little bit of floor shadows, don't I? So that's a floor shadow. folks have gone quiet. Okay. Chair color. Let's go with that. That looks like a good chair color. Fancy Schmancy TV. Nice to see you here. So Fancy Schmancy, I need for you to follow. I'm hurting for follows. If you would follow me, I would much appreciate. So oak chairs. Keep in mind that today is a 2-cartoon day, and we're going to be here all friggin' day long as I draw another cartoon that's got 6 caricatures in it. Fancy Schmancy says, got you covered. Also hosted my channel. That's so nice of you, Fancy Schmancy. You know, I'm new to this. I haven't made a lot of Twitch friends yet. I've only hosted somebody else's channel once because my tech guy knew how to do it, and I haven't quite figured these things out. So I'm still catching up, and I'm still new to all this, and I do so appreciate your doing the hosting. That's really very nice. I like the community in Twitch Creative, and this hosting thing is really very nice. And I would like to do more of that as well. I've just got to get my act together. Well, I'm trying to catch up quickly. There's a lot to learn here, and the process of setting up this OBS and streaming system on a Mac much more difficult than on a PC. It took me quite a learning curve to get this far along. And I've got more learning curve to go. Make more of these bells and whistles work. Interact better with the community. I like the Twitch community. And I do very much like the idea of seeing the drawing tables in real time of other artists that I respect. I can imagine, though, that it's going to be very difficult to get other editorial cartoonists to do this. I'm kind of the proof of concept guy. They're going to look to see whether I'm successful at this before they jump in and fight the learning curve. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Editorial cartooning is probably the most difficult competitive area of cartooning. One of the most poorly paid. And some of the really greatest talent in the whole cartooning field is in this tiny little corner of editorial cartoons. Diazmara, nice to see you here. Okay, there's a top color layer for the chairs. Now I'm going to need to shade the chairs. We'll put a shading on this layer. Bring it down to, say, that. Okay. Opacity there. Let's try that, see if I like it. Yeah, I guess that's good. That should be soft. Oh, thank you, DS Mata. Yes, I'm going to be here all friggin' day long doing another cartoon after this one. And I've been away for a week because I took a little vacation in Las Vegas. So that's longer than I should take between streams. And that's a long time to be without a cartoon, especially when we have so much news. So you have my apologies for that. Put a little light in the chairs too, huh? Oop, I dropped my keyboard. Fancy schmancy, you're a rugby player, huh? Rugby is pretty serious stuff. Lily Bean, no, you haven't missed anything. It's entirely my cartoon negligence. Perhaps it's for the best, because when I got the news of Scalia dying, I was going to come draw Lady Liberty and Lady Justice happily dancing on his grave. And it's because I don't like Scalia. And I know that wouldn't have gotten printed much, and people have been much kinder to him in the obits than I kind of expected them to, since he was such a hypocritical old bastard. The U.S. team, oh, fancy schmancy. Okay, I think I might do a little more of that white highlight on the chairs. Okay, how close am I to being finished with this? That's a question. Fancy Smancy's, I'm curious how long Congress will actually obstruct a nomination. I think they were saying if they did, it would be the longest a Supreme Court seat has been vacant since the Civil War. Well, they are a nasty partisan bunch these days. I'm going to make Clarence Thomas darker. Put him down there. Try a little bit of Clarence Thomas darkening. Lily Bean thinks the seat will be open until 2021. Well, I can see how it could be blocked. Now, if it was me guessing what's going to happen, I will guess that the Republicans will block it, and then if the Democrats win the presidency, if we get either Hillary or Bernie, the new president comes in on January 20th. They're not going to be able to get anything done with the Republican Senate. But if it's a Democrat Senate, they can change the rules to pass it with 51 votes. And I'll bet they would change the rules on the first day. In fact, if a Republican is elected, I'm pretty sure that, oh look, I missed part of the chair here. Pretty sure that Congress comes in at the beginning of January and the president comes in on January 20th. So if we get a Democratic Senate and a Republican president, we could have the Democratic Senate come in, change the rules, vote in the nominee with 51 votes, and then have the Republican president come in and just be all apoplectic and angry and lots of drama. So, lots of drama! D.S. Mata writes, for pure cartoon possibility factor, who do you hope wins? For pure cartoon possibility factor, I think you gotta like Hillary, because, you know, a cartoonist will work his whole career to try to get people to know his characters. And then you can have the characters acting in character, and that's funny. And we have no better character for acting in character than Hillary, because she's got so many great stories and so much wonderful history that you can do body language and wordless cartoons and have her just acting like you expect Hillary to act, and that's good enough. And that's funny and that's fun. So Hillary is a wonderful cartoon character, but I don't like the idea of voting for Hillary because I think she's a warmonger. What's up? I don't have much opacity there, do I? Just getting a shoe. There, I got it. Alright, am I done? I kind of think I'm done. Empty chair. Anything more to do? I need to do the black and white version. But that is there. And I'm gonna save as. This will be cartoon number 1095. 1095. And, you know, the number means nothing. That just means this is the 1095th cartoon since I started numbering my cartoons. So, since the start date of numbering my cartoons has no significance, the numbers don't have any significance either. I will save that as a TIFF, and then I'm going to save as a JPEG. Because the TIFF is probably going to be too big, but you want to have the TIFF on file because the TIFF is a not lossy format. You lose some quality in a JPEG. Okay, so this is 1095B. And that'll be JPEG quality 9. Let's do that. That should be okay. Now come back here. I need to make this a grayscale. So let's save as gray. Excuse me, with layers. Okay. And being Canadian, for the humor factor, I'm pulling for Trump, writes DS Mata. Well, frankly, I have not been very anti-Trump in my cartoons because I'm afraid that the other Republicans are more warmongers than he is. He talks a lot about how he wouldn't go into Iran and he wouldn't mess with this and wouldn't mess with that and let Russia have it, and all of those things are things I wish the other guys would say as well. Okay, mode grayscale. Don't merge. Let's see what it looks like. Discard color information. Okay. Well, that came out pretty darn flat, didn't it? Kind of surprised me that it's that flat. All right, I think I need to come in here and lighten some things up. So let's do that. Let's add a new layer. And I'm just going to come manually lighten some things up for the grayscale image. That'll be soft. How big is that? It's a little bit small, a little bit bigger. Okay. Now let's see what we can do with this. Opacity 32. Okay. Want the chair to be lighter. I think the donkeys need to be a little lighter. Everybody's going to need to be a little bit lighter. And again, folks, please do follow. I appreciate the follows. Last follow was 2 minutes ago. Renegade 419. Thank you so much, Renegade. I appreciate it. I've had 5 new follows today. Okay. Elephants are going to need a little bit lighter faces as well. Just because the gray tone of the whole thing was kind of looking oppressive. It's just all too gray. All too much the same tone of gray, I should say. So this should be a little better. I'm going to leave Clarence Thomas a little dark. He doesn't need anything more. Okay, is that looking good for black and white? Let's merge all those layers. Maybe I want to bump up the contrast just a little bit. Is that good? Is that too much? Not enough? I guess that's okay. That there. Alright, I think I've got this. This is done. So let's flatten. And save as. Okay, that's right. Very flat. And we'll save as gray here. C. Oh, that JPEG came out 5.2 megabytes. That's too big. I need to drop that down. Okay, C. Alright. Okay. Go take a look at that window. Excuse me just a sec. I'm checking my file sizes to make sure that I'm not exceeding 3.5 megs. So the grayscale TIFF is okay, and the JPEG is too big. Let's go back to the JPEG. And let's save as. Eight. See how that does. 8, okay. How big is 8? Did I save it in the wrong place? Oh, it's 4.6 megs. Save as 7. If this is consistently too big, I may have to go to RGB. I hate to do that. 7. But I don't want to get down to 5. What have we got for 7? 3.7 megs. That might work. I'm going to save another one at 6 just in case 3.7 doesn't work. Sometimes I can squeeze them into the system if they're just a little bit big. 6. Okay. Alright, folks. What I'm going to do is take a 15-minute break. I'm not really going to leave. I'm going to be here uploading the cartoons to the system. I'm going to send them out to the editors, and then I'm going to set up for doing my next cartoon, which will be when the clock runs out of 15 minutes. So, hey, thank you. That was the first cartoon. Second cartoon coming up in 15 minutes. Don't go away. I will be right back while I put this one in the system and email it out and set up for the next cartoon, and talk to you in Be back in just a minute. I'm still sending my cartoon out. Don't go away. Thank you, folks. Okay, folks. My cartoon has been sent to editors, and it should be up on the KegelCartoons.com syndicate site and the PoliticalCartoons.com sites now for downloads, or in a couple of minutes when those sites refresh. But it has been emailed out, and so now I'm ready to go on the next thing. And Charles Knopp, thank you so much for following. I appreciate the follow. Okay, so it looks like my camera has gone on the fritz. Give me just a second here. I'll replug it in. Let's hope that works. Did it work? No, it reset to its old settings. I'm sorry. Technical problems. My apologies. Wrong camera. Okay, this one needs more brightness, less saturation, And make sure the focus is off. And I guess that's okay. Focus off. Brightness up. Okay, there we are. My apologies for that. Okay, fancy schmancy. Nice to see you here as well. 6 followers today. This is good. Maybe we'll break 200. Okay, this cartoon is about Apple fighting the court order that demands that they write new software that allows the FBI to break into phones. So I'm going to draw Bashar Assad, Kim Jong-un, Supreme Leader of Iran, Putin without a shirt, President Xi of China, and Satan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. And this one should take a while. I have to decide what they say too, because I didn't put a lot of thought into it when I did that rough sketch. So, let's get people in position. If you're wondering, I'm looking at my monitor here. I've got Bashar Assad up in the Google images on the monitor. And he's going to be here on the left. Bashar Assad. I think of him as having a big long body and little legs. Although I tend to think of a lot of people that way, don't I? He has that strange head and neck. The guy is all neck. Evil looking guy, huh? Bashar Assad. Renegade writes, babies, man, babies. Wait, oh, baby Gandalf. I worked on the Muppet Babies back in my Muppet days. I may want to label these. I'm not quite sure if I do or not yet. Just getting started, so I need to block everything in and not worry too much about the faces yet until I've got the cartoon laid out. Fancy Smanchy writes, worked on Muppet Babies as an animator? No, I worked for the Henson Associates people in New York at their townhouse all through the 80s. And when they did the Muppets Take Manhattan movie, they had like a music video with Muppets Babies in the middle, and that was added as an afterthought, and I think added perhaps over Frank Oz's objection. Frank Oz directed Muppets Take Manhattan, as I recall, and he did it without the Muppet Babies musical segment in it, which they added at the end, because I think because it had it jibed with their other Muppet Babies plans. So they hired me early on to think about what the Muppet Babies would be like. It was kind of a conceptual job. I got the job along with Guy Gilchrist, who is now the cartoonist for Nancy, who at the time was drawing the Muppets comic strip for King Features. And it was a fun job. Nice to do some blue sky figuring stuff out in the early days of something. It's okay. Kim Jong-il here, also holding his phone. Yeah, I drew a hell of a lot of Muppet Babies over the years. The Muppet Babies show came out while I was still doing my live in New York and work for the Muppet stuff for quite a while. The Muppets were great for my career. Okay, so this is Assad. This is Kim Jong-un. Here is Ayatollah Khomeini. Who is quite the bastard. Yeah, I get people suggesting that I should have background music in the stream, and I noticed that a lot of other streams have the background music, and they've got all these tools. You can play music, and it'll show you what's playing and all that. But frankly, I don't want to listen to other people's music. I like to hear the creator talk rather than just sit silently. So I try to talk more than I otherwise would, but. Aside from that, I don't want to listen to other people's music. And I would like to have a bunch of windows open, watching people's desktops. Overseas Production says, why not? I like the things he talks about, but it would be nice to have something in the background breaking the silence, not something that takes over, though. Well, why don't you play your own music? Then you can hear me talk over the music, and my music won't interfere with your music. In the days before I did streaming, I listened to talking heads. I've never listened to music. Today I would have lots of good talking head stuff going on with all the election and the Supreme Court and everything. Yes, you can turn me up, listen to your own music, and then I will not disturb the music as I would if I was playing my own music on here. I'm thinking that I'm going to start editing these down because you don't want to sit and and watch me draw for 7 hours, most likely. I mean, that's too much. So I think I'm going to start editing these down to like half an hour, and you'll see me go at fast speed between a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then I'll see if I can make that into a podcast, maybe 20-minute, half an hour podcast of me doing each cartoon. boiled down from the full 5 or 7 hours. Again, with no music. Fancy schmancy. You don't like the talking heads, huh? The talking heads abuse me. I like to listen to them. Witty Kenneth, nice to see you here. Please follow me. I appreciate follows. Haven't had a follow for 26 minutes. I'm hurting for new follows. All right, there's the Ayatollah. I think I've just got Putin in the background in my sketch. This is my rough sketch. It's terrible. President Xi Jinping. Diaz Matos writes, do you worry much about anatomy? I don't worry about it, but I think about it as I draw. I want to get people's bones and structure in the right place, at least from a cartoony perspective. How tall is she? I think she is kind of tall. Not quite sure how tall Putin is. Putin's not that tall, is he? I may need to put labels on these people just because people don't know who they are. I'm picking the ones that I think are most recognizable, so I shouldn't have to do labels. She doesn't show you his teeth much, does he? Keeps his mouth closed, keeps his teeth on the... Okay. Oh, Renegade writes, stories say Putin ranges from 3 foot 4 inches to 8 foot 9 inches. Well, that's not very helpful. If any of you guys would look up and tell me how tall I should make Putin standing next to Xi Jinping, that would be very helpful. I would appreciate your help with that. Xi Jinping has a widow's peak. You know, cartoonists in China are not allowed to draw the president. I think of that as a kind of a barometer for press freedom all around the world. If you can draw your own president, generally you got a free society. If you can't draw your own president, you don't, no matter how much the society claims they have a freedom of the press, as in China. If you can't draw the president, that is not a free press. She has something of this neck going on as well. Five foot seven. Putin is 5'7". How tall is Xi Jinping? I remember the first time I drew Nicolas Sarkozy when he was president of France. 5'11", 5'7", and 5'11". Ping is 5'11". Okay, 5'11". And Putin is 5'7". All right. King's hair up there, put Putin like there. And in case you're interested, you know, I'm flipping back and forth here to my screen to see what people look like. Kim Jong-un's height is 5'9" per Google. Huh. No, I'm gonna make him short because he's an ass. So, okay. Some of them you draw short or tall, regardless of whether they're actually short or tall. So there's she. Putin. Okay. Oh, I've got Putin a little bit shorter than she. With his phone here. A short chin, round top of the head. She probably needs to come up a little bit. Alright, what are they going to say? So let's say Assad says, hey, all you need is a court order to make Apple break into anyone's iPhone. Hey, all you need is a court order to make Apple into an iPhone. And then Kim Jong-un says, cool. I've got quartz. Ha ha. And then the Supreme Leader says, my quartz are fair and independent. Ha ha. And Putin says, quartz. Hee. And Xi Jinping says, our quartz respect everyone's privacy. Haha. And then Satan says, gotta be sure to catch those terrorists. Haw. Okay, court orders. That is what the cartoon's going to look like. So I draw everybody correctly in here. Oh, Zarmizi has followed me. Thank you so much, Zarmizi. Five more and I've got 200. That would be exciting. We've had 7 today. Okay, Satan. I'm just blocking things in. I don't know if I'm going to be happy with it or not. Satan needs horns. His elbow on she. I'm not sure if I like the elbow on she. I might make she a little taller. Put she up here. Oh, Satan has the legs of a kind of a cloven-hoofed critter, doesn't he? So let's do that. Cloven hoofs. And then he's got his little tail. Can go around his pitchfork here. Okay. Somebody was asking before whether I think about anatomy, and this is kind of where I need to think about the anatomy, huh? So arm needs to go more like that to get his neck working. Let's go back to she here. And just so you know, here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Xi Jinping here in Google Images. You guys have all gone quiet. Oh, so Xi's hair goes that direction, not this direction. Face needs to be a little wider. Fancy Schmancy writes, I'm designing some very riveting marketing materials, but I'm with you in spirit. Well, very good. Diasmata enjoying the show. Well, very good. Thank you, Diasmata. Remember to follow me if you have not yet. This is still very rough blocking that I'm doing here. Not committed to anything yet. You just want to keep sketching, because it's much easier to see if something's wrong that you've drawn than to figure it out and try to get it right the first time. Something that is not what I'm accused of doing very often. I get lots of stuff wrong. Putin. Switch back to Putin now. I've drawn lots of Putin cartoons. Putin doesn't like to show his teeth either. Well, the devil's arm is too high and too short. Why don't we just make Xi go in front of him? Not worry about it. Take this arm out of here. devil doesn't need that arm. Cloven hoof, cloven hoof. Okay, there goes his tail. Good looking devil. Okay. Back to she. She has an odd shaped head. Doesn't want to go up, wants to go forward. He's got a widow's peak. Right there. Haven't decided if I'm going to label these guys yet. Fancy smancy, right? You might have to label them. Not everyone knows who Satan is. I hate the labeling, especially when I do a good caricature. And people just don't know who Xi Jinping is anyway. So many cartoonists label their caricatures because they draw lousy caricatures. You wouldn't know who they were without it. You know, there's some guys that write Obama on their caricatures of Obama. This is absurd. What business do you have being a editorial cartoonist if you write Obama on Obama? There's got to be a limit, you know? Alright, she, I think, is looking right. Okay, there's she. Okay, let's get Vladimir in better shape. Fancy Schmancy writes he hopes that drawing the President of the United States is on the entry-level exam. Yeah, editorial cartoonist exam. You know, there are countries in the world where you have to have a license to be an editorial cartoonist, a license to be a journalist. And that is pretty darn ugly. Autumn Leaf Art, nice to see you here. And Advert. Oh, wow, not sure I understand that. Alright, Putin, let's put his head over here. He needs a little bit of leaning out. He's not as tall as she. I think I've got she pretty well. In case you're wondering, this is what I've got for Xi Jinping. And I think that's working. Oh, so Autumn Leaf Art, thank you for joining us. Please follow me. I need the follows. From Army Boots. Skyla Powell, nice to see you here on YouTube. Excuse me, what am I drawing? I'm drawing today's editorial cartoon. It is about Apple opposing a court order to make them get the private information off a cell phone of a dead terrorist bastard. And all these other characters who would also like to make court orders to make Apple get private information off of cell phones. So this is a rogues gallery of guys who have their own courts that would like to give court orders to Apple if this dangerous precedent is established. Yes, Autumn Leaf Art, please follow me. I need the followers here on Twitch. And on YouTube as well, Skyla. Okay, back to Vladimir. In case you're wondering, this is what I have for Vladimir Putin that I'm looking at on my screen. Oh, Autumn is leaving. She didn't like me asking her to follow me. Sorry to lose you, Autumn. Excuse me, I got the coughs. I need a cough button. Excuse me. Oh, well. I'm surprised that more people don't show up who don't like me, because these are political cartoons, you know. People can disagree. When they ask people about what they think about Apple fighting this court order, I think there's a majority of people that think that Apple should not fight the court order. Putin's head isn't wide enough. Sometimes I'll fiddle with these caricatures for a very long time. Excuse me. The hay fever. Whew. Lily Bean writes, I definitely think they should. Government needs to pull their heads out of their you-know-whats. Well, you know, if Apple only did business in the USA and it was only the USA courts, I can see some argument for it, but iPhones are a worldwide thing. Cell phones are what drive freedom in the world these days. And I think requiring Apple to make their phones have a back door is a pretty dangerous thing for the world. You pay for your freedoms with a bit of ugliness. Some terrorists are going to be able to do their thing. It's the cost of freedom. Okay. Grand Ayatollah. This Grand Ayatollah is kind of a mousy looking doofus. Here, you can, just so you know, this is what I'm looking at with the Grand Ayatollah. He's got that big goofy nose. Let's start him off that way. think I'm starting to get him. And he's got glasses. I don't know how tall he is either. Any of you guys know how tall Iran's supreme leader is? He's got his little scarf. His black cape. Mm-hmm. 5'9"? He's 5'9"? Hassani Salami. Okay, he's 5'9". I've got him kind of tall then, don't I? Except his feet are up higher. Alright, let's clean him up a little bit. That's not quite right, is it? It's looking a little more right. Okay. He's got this scarf with the checkerboard pattern on it. Okay, let's switch to Kim Jong-un for a minute. And just in case you're wondering, this is what I'm looking at with Kim Jong-un. Well, fancy smancy TV. Sorry to see you go, but come back anytime. I'm going to be here for quite a while working on this one. So figure like another 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. Because I've got to color it. So long day on Twitch today. See you later, Renegade. Oh no, see you later, Fancy Schmancy. Stick with me, Renegade. Okay, Kim Jong-un. Thanks for sticking with me, Renegade. I would draw Cuba on here, although I don't think people recognize Raul Castro like they would recognize Fidel Castro. Okay. Kim Jong-un is quite the evil bastard. Okay. Thatman Walker writes, so I've noticed that almost all political cartoons that I see have the same style of drawing, that exaggerated type style. Why is that? I guess it's because you're not looking at a lot of editorial cartoons, Thatman, because there's such a wide range of styles now. Back in the 70s, people used to accuse editorial cartoonists of having a common style because one cartoonist, Jeff McNally, was so popular that other cartoonists copied his style, and there was a similarity for about 10 years, I think. But now there's so much diversity in style. It's not something where I see much commonality. I see it pretty darn diverse. Of course, we are locked into this 1.5 wide by 1 tall box. But if you go take a look at politicalcartoons.com, you see a lot of different styles among the cartoonists there. There's one cartoonist, Randall Enos, who I used to follow when he drew in the National Lampoon when I was in college. Great cartoonist. He draws with a knife in a piece of linoleum block, and then he rolls it with ink and prints it backwards. So he draws everything backwards with a knife. Very interesting, chunky style, and a very, very liberal cartoonist. Anyway, just to give you a sense of the diversity of these guys. Drawing with a knife in a piece of linoleum block. Jeez. Alright, Assad. Ah, Funky Monkey. Nice to still see you here. Alright. Everyone expects a good Assad because so many people draw Assad, and I haven't really worked out a ongoing good caricature from Assad. Here's Assad. Pretty evil looking guy, huh? Okay, I gotta draw Assad. He can be a little taller and a little bit more haunched, because he is kind of a strangely shaped character, I think. Funky Monkey writes, them ears? Them ears. Okay, Assad. Ooh. Wonder how I get all these marks on my table. It's when I break through the paper like that. I've been drawing nearly 4 hours, and I've got a good 2 to 3 hours left on this one. I need to have Satan holding his cell phone. Alright, Assad. I'm procrastinating on Assad. He's got a funny kind of a Frankenstein look. Very disturbing kind of nose. I'm going to put the nose behind both of his eyes. Drop it out like that. And it's looking kind of Assad-y, I think. Little strange mouth, sometimes with a mustache or a part of a mustache. You don't see him with his mouth open either. Have to figure him out. Okay. I've got to draw his happy mouth. One thing that's funny about Assad is that his wife's name is Asma. And, that's not a very nice name, Asma. Very pretty, though. Trophy wife. Trophy wife named Asma. Alright. Fillers. Can't get any sense of what his teeth are like, because he doesn't open his friggin' mouth in Google Images. Okay, he doesn't do much with his teeth. His teeth are kind of nondescript. Let's go with that. Chin. Weak chin as well. Got him a little bit, I guess. Lean him back like that. I can do a finger on the chin kind of expression here. Like he's got something going on. My son walking out the door. Okay. Which means this hand has to hold the phone. Okay. So if I'm going to write the countries on them, they will be... I'm going to do the countries rather than the names, so at least I'm not labeling someone that I should have caricatured. So Syria, North Korea, Iran, Russia can be on his belly, China, and hell. Kind of funny to write hell on him, huh? Okay. I think I have completed my rough sketch. And what I'm going to do here is take a break for a few minutes before I start on the finished line drawing with this guy. Tola's head's looking a little big. Maybe bring his hat down a little bit. Okay, folks, I'm going to take another little break, but to do a potty break, and I get a new glass of water break and set up my new drawing here. So let's go for another 15. Let's go for 10 minutes this time. So don't leave me. I'll be back in 10 minutes, and I will do the finished line art on this puppy. Thank you for following along and sticking with me while I'm away for 10 minutes. Thank you, folks. Okay, folks, I'm back, and we can get started again. So here we are. I've got this sketch that you just saw me do, rough sketch. This was my my rough drawing for myself for this one. And I will just get to going on drawing this puppy up. I'm going to draw from right to left since I'm left-handed and I don't want to drag my hand through the paper all the time. We shall start with Satan. Note that when I draw this stuff, I'm not tracing. I'm just using my drawing underneath as a guide. And I should be rethinking everything rather than just relying what I thought when I did the sketch the first time. Thanks to all 14 of you on Twitch who hung through my my 10-minute break. That was nice of you. And give me some comments if you want me to chat. Alright, the devil has a goatee. It's going to go up like that. He's kind of got goatee legs and a goatee beard. I may do a short instructional video on how to do ears. There's lots of wonderful structure to ears that you have to get right in order to make it look right. Let's give him an extra big widow's peak. Because he's the devil. Okay. When he needs his horns. That's wrong. Horn has to be pointy. Okay. You folks are so quiet. I think his pitchfork could come out just a little. Maybe it just needs to be smaller at the top. Let's do that. So now that I do these streams and I don't watch TV all day while I'm doing my drawing, I feel like I'm missing the news. Off in my little world. Renegade writes that he's sketching simultaneously, which is why he's quiet. Well, that sounds like a plan. All right, pitchfork. I'm going to make this top of the pitchfork extra tiny. Okay. Thank you for the kind words, Renegade. If you folks have been with me for the full 4 hours and 17 minutes, you first watched me draw a cartoon about the vacancy on the Supreme Court, which was a revision of an older cartoon. usually don't give the devil big pointy claw fingernails. I find that when I do that, people look too much at the big pointy claw fingernails and they miss the gist of the rest. Renegade, I think you're the only person here who talks to me. Okay, devil. Ah, loyal. Thank you, Renegade. Little Eiffel writes, "Hi, Daryl. What were your thoughts in 1980 to see your profession on primetime television in Ted Knight's portrayal of a cartoonist in the American sitcom Too Close for Comfort?" You know, I don't remember that one very well. I don't remember it at all. There have been some other nice cartoonist series that I remember. I remember that one about James Thurber, My World and Welcome to It. I thought that was a lovely show. And then there was the cartoonist show with Bob Newhart for a while, which was kind of interesting. And then there was that Caroline in the City, about a woman comic strip cartoonist. There's actually been quite a few. But the Ted Baxter one I'm not quite remembering. Of course, the greatest one of all was How to Murder Your Wife. That, I think, has spawned a few cartoonists. That's with Jack Lemmon as the cartoonist. That's one of my favorites. How to Murder Your Wife. He doesn't actually murder his wife. But whoa, the cartoonist lifestyle in that movie, that'll make everybody want to be a cartoonist. With his Manhattan penthouse and his butler. I think his strip was something like Secret Agent X9. And he would go out in the world and do all the things that Secret Agent X9 was going to do in his comic strip in the next few weeks. He wouldn't draw it unless he'd done it himself. How can you watch How to Murder Your Wife and then not come away from that wanting to be a cartoonist? There was that movie about the guy who caught the Zodiac killer, I guess it was. He was a cartoonist. But interestingly, that movie didn't play up as being a cartoonist very much. You hardly knew it. But long and short of it is, How to Murder Your Wife. Wonderful cartoonist movie. That'll make you choose to be a cartoonist. Okay, there's Satan. I should write hell on his belly. Okay. I'm going to have to make these speech balloons above their heads work. Oh, Little Eiffel, you haven't seen the My World and Welcome to It, huh? I think that was from the 60s. William Wyndham, who I would sometimes see at Comic-Cons because he was a guest in a couple Star Trek episodes, which makes his Comic-Con credentials. Okay. Little Eiffel writes, I was just reading about Charles Schulz and how influential he was. He had vast cultural saturation. He sure did. I grew up with Peanuts, and I loved Peanuts. Peanuts was a great inspiration for all the cartoonists of my generation. Diego Janan writes, Daryl, te gusta escuchar música mientras dibujas. Little Eiffel writes, did you ever meet Schulz? Yes, I met Schulz a few times. he was very nice, made himself available to cartoonists, was very friendly to a bunch of young cartoonists, and I was president of the National Cartoonist Society back in 2000 and 2001. And in 2000, well, and I met with him a couple of times with regard to his possibly hosting the National Cartoonist Society convention at his ice rink in Santa Rosa. And we never ended up doing it, although we had some nice events there. He is just a lovely, charming guy. And he would show up at the cartoonist meetings and chat with everybody, made himself nice and available. When I was president of the NCS, it was in 2000. We had our convention at the convention that I ran in that year was at the World Trade Center, at the World Trade Center Marriott, which was just about a year and a half later destroyed in the 9/11 attack. And the big event that we planned for the convention in New York in 2000 was the 50th anniversary of Peanuts, and we were going to honor Charles Schulz. And he passed away shortly before the convention. I think the convention was in May, and he died in January or February, which was a challenge for me to deal with as the National Cartoonist Society president. We organized a tribute to Charles Schulz in the comic strips. Tried to get everybody in the comics to draw a Peanuts tribute cartoon that we ran on the night of the Reuben Awards, which had been planned as the big Charles Schulz anniversary shindig. And we did pretty well about getting the cartoonists to all and participate. I think we had just about everybody. You look at the comics pages on that day, and they were all very good about participating. The guy who organized that when I was NCS president is Mike Lekovich, who is an excellent editorial cartoonist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And he did just a great yeoman's job of getting everybody solicited and in line and participating in the Charles Schulz tribute. So that was very nice. And then while I was president also, it came up for him to have Congressional Gold Medal. First and only time a cartoonist has ever won the Congressional Gold Medal. It was being awarded to him posthumously because our Senator Dianne Feinstein was a friend of the Schultz family and pushed it through. Anyway, it was being blocked by Senator Jesse Helms, and who was in charge of the committee doing this stuff. And with the help of a very nice, rather well-connected cartoonist, got us in touch with this Senator Orrin Hatch, who was a cartoon fan and went and twisted Jesse Helms' arms, and so our lobbying was successful in getting the Congressional Gold Medal for Sparky. And interestingly, the only person in Congress to vote against it was Ron Paul. Ron Paul, who ran for president. Ron Paul, who whose columns I syndicate with my syndicate. Ron Paul, forever earning the ire of cartoonists by being the only vote against Charles Schultz getting the Congressional Gold Medal, which usually goes to people like jazz musicians, singers, basketball players. Only time it's ever gone to a cartoonist. Friggin' Ron Paul. So I think Charles Schultz is continues to be very important to the profession, and little Eiffel writes, Ron Paul, personal friend of neo-Nazis like Stormfront founder Don Black and Scribble Man. Well, I don't mind Ron Paul too much, except for that terrible vote against Charles Schultz. So just horror. I do syndicate his columns, and he likes us syndicating his columns, but you don't see us promoting them on the front page because they're not exclusive to us. He sends his columns around in addition to us having them. I told him I'd syndicate them as long as he didn't go with any other syndicate if it was important to him to be non-exclusive, but I wasn't going to promote him as much as if he was exclusive to us. So you don't see him on the front page, but his columns are there, and they get reprinted. Probably more from us than he does than from his efforts at pitching them himself. He would do better in getting reprints if he was exclusive with us and we were promoting him more. But his columns are really quite good. Alright, she. That was, I think I've got she looking okay. Let's do his face. He's kind of an ugly character. Oh, 7 minutes ago, I have a new follower, Vato Sloko Sporvida. Thank you, Vato. I appreciate it. We've got 196. Only 4 more and I'll have 200. It's a milestone. Diego Jadan writes, I just saw your photos here in Quito on the page of Bonil. You have to come down again. Now to Cuenca. Ah. Well, you know, Ecuador is a very unusual and exotic place for Americans to visit. And I need to have another Bonil event. To get me down to Quito. And next time I go to Quito, I will not eat the conch. Renegade Fortnite writes, man, to meet Schultz, that is so awesome. Yes, he was great. And I must say, I was proud of our efforts to get that Congressional Gold Medal for him, which was not easy. Damn friggin' Jesse Helms. And Senator Feinstein's office was very nice about it, too. They did a great effort. Ginger and Juice writes, do you receive a lot of hate mail in your profession? You know, the only time I really get a lot of mail is when there's some interest group that has some kind of purpose in trying to organize getting a bunch of mail out to me. And it happens sometimes, though not very often, because I'm perceived to be, since I do this syndicate, I'm perceived to be the boss of cartoonists, and sometimes they'll try to get a cartoonist who drew a cartoon that they don't like fired, and they perceive that I'm the guy to fire a cartoonist. There was one cartoon by this cartoonist, Sandy Huffaker. Great cartoonist. I used to follow his stuff in Time magazine back when I was in high school. Just a great cartoonist. And at the time he was with our group and he was drawing daily editorial cartoons, and he drew this cartoon about the Iraq War at the time, and there was this guy holding a book that says the Quran for Dummies. Well, this group called CARE, the Council of American Islamic Relations, was just incensed by the Quran for Dummies, and they called on their members to write to me to demand that I fire Sandy Huffaker. And I got like 10,000 emails. Of those, probably 150 of them were very explicit death threats, and probably, 4/5 of them were people who never even saw the cartoon and were just writing angry words because they were asked to do so by CARE. That was the biggest one. So you know the whole story now. President Xi Jinping. Yeah, after Orrin Hatch made it happen that Sparky got the Congressional Gold Medal, he wrote the foreword for my book, which was very nice of him. This liberal cartoonist. I think I've got Xi Jinping pretty well. Thank you again for following Vatos Loco Spor Vida. I think it takes me longer to do the finished line art than it does to do the rough sketch. Okay, Putin. Haven't done Xi's feet. Alright, let's switch to Putin here. In case you're wondering, this is what Xi looks like. I just drew Xi And now I'm going to switch to Putin. That's what Putin looks like. So keep that in mind and look up at that as I'm drawing this thing. All right, Putin. You guys are so quiet. Don't see Putin's teeth either. Okay. Hey, 3 minutes ago, Thip Salmon Sign Amfin followed. Thank you so much, Thip Salmon. I appreciate the follow. Putin has too much hair. Well, gotta fix the hair. It's about as much as he's got. Everyone's so quiet. Okay, Putin. Okay, Russia. Yes, Putin doesn't wear a shirt. One of the aspects of Putin in a cartoon is you gotta draw him not wearing a shirt. Just the nature of Putin, huh? In fact, if you drew him wearing a shirt, it wouldn't look like him. Okay. Okay. Whew, I've been doing this 5 hours. I've still got quite a long time to go. It may be that when I finish up the line drawing, I might put off the color until tomorrow morning, seeing as it will be 5 o'clock by the time I finish this. By the time I finish the line art. But in any event, I'm going to be here quite a while longer. This has actually gone pretty smoothly so far. Sometimes I struggle with caricatures, and it takes me a long time. I draw and redraw. Although evil despots tend to be undemanding, I guess. Fatman Walker writes, so in your bio below it says you worked with the Muppets. What did you do exactly? Well, for about 15 years, they kept me busy. When I was out of college, the Muppets were my big client. I think from, I'd say, 1979 through 1994, maybe 15 years. I probably designed 2,500 Muppet products. I did Sesame Street. I did Fraggles. If you go to behance.net/Daryl Cagle, you can see my illustration portfolio, and I've got some samples there of my Muppet products. Behance.net/Daryl Cagle. Daryl Cagle, one word, no space. Yeah, the Muppets were great. The Muppets made my career for me. They were like a client right out of the gate when I was out of college. And they kept me fully scheduled for 15 years of illustration work. They were great for me. I had Muppet Graduate School. My work was not that strong when I moved to New York to be an illustrator. I thought I was better than I was. And all those years with the Muppets let me get good enough to actually make it. So they made my career for me. And I learned a lot. Alright, I'm going to switch to... Here is the Supreme Leader of Iran. The Supreme Leader of Iran. He's next. Supreme Leader of Iran. The bastard. He's got funny little eyes. That's kind of more right than what I had a minute ago. Give him his glasses. Get that nasal wing to be correct. I think that looks enough like him. Little Eiffel writes, Daryl, in your cartoons, have you ever approached the subject of propaganda in advertising or the art of persuasion? Well, I did a lot of advertising cartoon work. I was probably one of the bad guys, in the art of persuasion. I did a lot of it. But cartoons about misleading advertising, it's hard for me to think of that right now. Doesn't spring to mind as a cartoon in particular. This Grand Ayatollah is such a doofus bastard. Kind of fun to draw, though, because he's such a cartoon to start with. How can you get him wrong? His beard is very white, and I'm afraid my details are making it look like it's not so white. Did you read Vance Packard's book, The Hidden Persuaders? No, I do remember when I was in high school and college, there was a book that was a bestseller at that time that was being discussed in my classes as curriculum about how people hid things into advertising at the time. And they had examples like, here's a ad for liquor and it's got a cup, but if you look close at the ice cubes in the cup, you can see a swastika. It was all about hiding things. And I was often asked in my early cartoonist career, do you hide things in your cartoons? People knew about Hirschfeld putting Nina into his cartoons, and they thought I would take every opportunity to hide things in my cartoons. Secret messages. What secret messages do you have in your cartoons, Daryl? And, if your messages are secret, they aren't very good messages. You're supposed to let people know what you're drawing. The whole point of being an editorial cartoonist is to be effective in your communication. If I hid things, what the hell? I mean, I'm not being effective if I hide things. You should know what I'm drawing about. So, no. I have drawn caricatures of people, family members, myself, in cartoons that I'm sure people didn't know about, but that's just a little gag to make the kids happy. Or unhappy, as the case may be. Now my daughter's a cartoonist, and she sometimes draws me in her cartoons. Turnabout's fair play, huh? I'm giving him thick fingers, but I see that he doesn't have thick fingers. Oh, there's still a bunch of you that are sticking with me after 5 hours and 13 minutes. I appreciate that. I'm just on here for the full day of work today. I'm impressed with how many guys on Twitch get thousands of people watching their stream. They have a huge amount of followers. How to get from here to there, I don't have any idea. So since the Ayatollah, well, that's lousy. Since the Ayatollah always wears a black robe, I need to reverse out the Iran label on his suit. I R A N, Iran. And the way I typically do that is I just draw a little box around it. It reminds me to reverse it in Photoshop. I shouldn't forget that. Little Eiffel writes, it might make an interesting cartoon to show the internal tension with Iran, an old established theocratic dictatorship versus a very young and well-educated, vibrant, dynamic society one will discover if visiting Iran. Well, that would be a nice cartoon, Little Eiffel. So how do I draw it? Remember, I don't like drawing crowd scenes, even though you're seeing me draw one now. I don't like doing crowd scenes because it's too much work, and usually the cartoon isn't as good. Okay. So I think what's going to happen is once I finish this, which is still going to be quite some time along, I'm going to put it aside and do the color tomorrow morning. My real deadline here is when the newspapers on the East Coast close for the weekend, which is going to be early afternoon tomorrow since I'm in Pacific time. Okay, Kim Jong-un. Oh, we got a new follower, Sixth Finger Studios. Thank you very much, Sixth Finger. We've got 10 followers today. We're 3 short of 200. I'd really love to get to 200 on this cartoon. Help me out, folks. Little Eiffel writes, so what is the context and dynamic between this youth and the Ayatollah? Well, you mean in Iran? What do the youth think of the old guard? I'm afraid the old guard control all the power. Okay. We can leave this leg a little lighter than the other one, I guess. Makes it pop. All right. Kim Jong-un. Here he is. Want to see what Kim Jong-un looks like? This is what I'm looking at on the screen as I'm moving on from the Grand Ayatollah to Kim Jong-un. Starting to run low on pencils, too. Want to see the pencil cup? See, blue is disappearing, turning yellow. Little Eiffel writes, Iranian youth want Western culture, but not only. Privately, they follow an Islam which upholds Enlightenment values. Well, that would be nice. I don't have high hopes for Iran. Little Eiffel writes, which is actually mainstream Islam. Well, I think like any religion, perhaps more than any other religion, Islam suffers from association with all the nutcases. It is something that I draw a lot of cartoons about. Little Eiffel writes, remember they elected a progressive leader that the British and CIA assassinated, which led to the Islamic Revolution. I would have thought that it was the overthrow of the Shah that was the Iranian Islamic Revolution. The Shah that America supported without regard to what a bastard he was. Because he was pro-Western. It doesn't have a real good Kim Jong-un likeness, but it's kind of funny. I think I might stick with it. Little Eiffel writes, do you see any historical parallels between today's Islamophobia and the popular anti-Semitism of the early 20th century? No, I don't think I do. Kind of different situations, huh? So what's tragic about the Islamophobia now is that it's caused by the religious extremists poisoning the well for all the moderate, regular, normal Muslim folks. I don't think people here would much care if it hadn't been for all the extremists. In the case of the Jews in Europe in the early last century, I think the anti-Semitic groups in Europe are just I guess there's a similarity in the respect that people live in your country and don't accept all of your values and customs. And in the case of the Jews in the early 20th century, they would thrive because they valued education and they were hardworking and they had good values that made them do well with their own culture, in contrast to people in the local culture who did not do so well, did not necessarily have the same productive values, which leads to some natural, I shouldn't say natural, some unnatural jealousy and hatred, I think. That said, it's all bad, and we should love everybody. So am I a polemicist? Oh, in the sense that I deal in polemics because I'm a editorial cartoonist. Drums in the background? Yes, my rocker son is downstairs drumming. I didn't know if you would hear that, so I didn't mention it, although I certainly hear it. So it's not me choosing to play music, it's my son downstairs jamming. And if you want to hear him jam, you can go to darylcagle.com and you can see the album cover I just drew for him recently. And you can also watch the video of my drawing his album cover on Twitch. So sometimes I depart from the editorial cartoons. He is stopped drumming right now. I haven't drawn shoes over here. Nobody's got shoes. Probably a bunch of news has been happening today that I know nothing about, because I've been so intently drawing. Another thing I notice about doing this stuff on Twitch is that I sit here and make myself go through the whole thing, whereas in the past I would do like Bucky Eric suggested, flit from one thing to another and not be so efficient. But here I feel like I should get one thing done. Bucky Eric writes, you ever get halfway through a cartoon only to stop and start a new one since some event happened? Oh, Bucky, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Oh, 2 more and we've got 200. We gotta do it. 2 more to 200. Thank you, Bucky Eric. Yes, but I'd say more often I am partway through a cartoon and throw it out because it's lousy. But, you know, today I drew, I updated that oldie for the Scalia cartoon. And, that was a departure because this is really today's cartoon. So nice to see you here, Bucky Eric. Thanks for coming by. I don't want that to come down here. Assad's head needs to come up a little bit, doesn't it? Well, let's finish people's shoes first. Kibara writes, did your son ever draw with you? You know, you can hear him drumming right now. He's the musician. He was never very interested in drawing. My daughter is a cartoonist, but she went to school to be a writer, and she came to cartooning later in her life. Wasn't really interested in drawing with me either. So she's been more self-taught after she moved out. Little Eiffel writes, what is the caption for the far left character in your drawing, please? This cartoon has no captions. It has word balloons, though. And this is Bashar Assad of Syria. He says, hey, all you need is a court order to make Apple break into any iPhone. Which is what this cartoon is about. Since the news is about Apple fighting this court order that demands that they develop software to break into their phones for the purpose of breaking into this iPhone from the terrorist killer in San Bernardino. But it has much broader implications, because once you develop software to break into a phone in response to a court order, then every doofus court in all the rest of the friggin' dishonest, despot, jerk world is going to make the same demand. And iPhones are ubiquitous, particularly in China. And I don't want China to be able to break into people's phones, which is why I draw she. Kibara writes, does she have a similar drawing style to yours, or completely different? Why don't you look her up? It's Susie Cagle. And she's not hard to find. You can see some of her drawings. Yeah, she's got her own style. Looks very different. Tuner Bob writes, are you going to do a cartoon about the Pope saying Trump isn't a Christian? Well, I tell you, I am not a particularly anti-Trump guy. And I'm not a particularly pro-religion guy. And I would say that Trump not being particularly Christian, for me, is a reason to vote for him. I'm still disturbed by George W. Bush going into Iraq with the idea of speeding up Jesus Christ's second coming, move that apocalypse along a little bit. And I'm afraid that the others, religious nuts among the Republicans, Ted Cruz and such, are going to have the same apocalypse notions and are going to want to jump into every Middle East conflict like George W. Bush. So, if I drew about Donald Trump not being religious, it would be in the nature of a positive cartoon. And in general, I don't have anything good to say. But I have gone light on Trump compared to the other cartoonists who draw just crazy stuff. You know, they draw on this Hitler. And I have to say that among the remaining Republicans, if I had to vote for one, I'd vote for Trump. If it was between Trump and Bernie Sanders, I'd vote for Bernie Sanders. Trump and Hillary, I have to think hard about that, because I think Hillary is a hawk who wants to jump into wars as well. And I think Trump would be less likely to jump into the wars. So, even though he says, I'm the most militaristic guy there is, he also complains about Republican wars. So, in short, I'm I'm not as anti-Trump as the other cartoonists are. Oh, and also the things that make the Republicans mad about him. He's not really a conservative. He supported abortion. He doesn't want to defund Planned Parenthood. For me, those are all positive things. Shoes. I should keep drawing shoes, huh? This is one of the bad things about Google Images is you don't ever see people's feet. These images are all so similar. Yeah, you hear my son downstairs drumming now. So there's 18 of you here on Twitch. That's pretty nice. I need 2 more followers to get to 200. I guess when my son's jamming, I am kind of playing music here, huh? So, between Trump and Hillary, I'll vote for Trump. Between Trump and Bernie, I vote for Bernie. If it was Trump versus Elizabeth Warren, I would vote for Elizabeth Warren. I'm going to move, well, actually, I should draw the Ayatollah's feet first, shouldn't I? I'm going to move Bashar Assad's head up a little bit. You know, this is an unusually complex editorial cartoon for me. Usually my cartoons are simpler than this. But this one's going pretty fast. I haven't really been struggling with any of the caricatures. "25 people. Shoot, it just went up a bunch. Hey, all you fine new folks watching. Come follow me. I need the follows. I think I'm the only editorial cartoonist who is streaming on Twitch, or streaming at all. And I feel a kind of responsibility to be the guy who proves the concept that it's something that's worthwhile doing. I suppose the jury's still out on that, but I would have a hard time convincing any of the artists that I syndicate that they should do this, because they'll say, well, why? What do you get out of it? But seems to me I've got to sit here and draw my cartoon anyway. It's nice to chat with people while I do it. Alright, Bashar Assad, I'm going to move you up to there. And in just a skosh. There. So, again, this is what I'm looking at. Looking at Kim Jong-un. I'm switching to Bashar Assad. He's an ugly bastard. Just so you know what I'm looking at as I draw these guys, I'm looking at a Google Images page full of their faces. Alright, Bashar. And he's got this crazy nose, which I'm going to put behind his eyes. Because it's so crazy, you want to make it look a little crazier. So a little bit of strange Picasso kind of action going on with those eyes on one side of his head. Nasal wing. And he's got these strong pillars with a very weak upper lip. My son, who is the musician you hear playing the drums downstairs, is into Twitch as a gamer. And he tells me that people very rarely discuss politics on Twitch. I think that's Bashar. He's an ugly one. Ooh, I'm coming up on 6 hours. Okay, Bashar. You folks have all gone quiet. I think I horrified you with all the stuff I was saying about Donald Trump. Scared you off. I'm giving all these guys thick fingers. I hope his hair catches on fire. Funny. You know, the hair is so wispy, it looks like it would be very flammable. Alright, Bashar's hair. It's like strands of insulation. You're right. You know, it is very wispy, kind of cloud-like. It makes it difficult to draw because I'm drawing with a heavy line, and there's no heavy line to his hair. You can't really draw locks of hair in that puff because it's a puff, you know? Just a little puff. Sure. Yeah, I think I got him. It's Bashar. Okay. Okay, Bashar. You folks have gone quiet. I'm gonna run out of pencils. Six Finger Studios writes, do you have a strategy technique when you do the etching on the clothes and such? Yes. When I do the cross hatching on clothes, I'm thinking of them three-dimensionally. And I want the cross hatching to describe not only the dimensionality of the form, but I want it to give an even textural quality to the textile. And I don't want the cross-hatching that I make to be a distraction or an end in itself. I want it to describe. So I'm not real, again, as I've said many times, I'm not tracing when I'm doing this over my rough sketch. I'm rethinking everything, feeling what the character feels like, his texture, his bone structure, his what's under here, what's under there. Not just with the clothes, but with everything that I'm trying to render here. In a different cartoon, I might give Bashar a black suit and not do this crosshatch on it. But I think with this one I'm going to need to just come in and do that with color and grayscale. Break things up a little bit. Depend on the line art for describing rather than being the tone. So yeah, think about that stuff all the time. That's what I do when I do this. I think about that stuff. I think about the light source, which I generally have up at the top and a little bit to the left. And sometimes you don't see that I'm thinking about light source, but if you notice where the thicks and the thins of the lines are, very often you'll see them thicken up against the shadow side. Okay. I also like to draw pinstripe suits, but I think in this case that would be a distraction. Just got too much junk going on. I'm getting there. You know, I work from right to left because I'm left-handed. And here I am all the way to the right. So notice when I do the cross-hatching that typically my cross-hatches have a little bit of a curve, and that curve goes in the direction of going around the form to describe volume. Instead of what many particularly beginning cartoonists do, which is to cross-hatch any way they're comfortable cross-hatching and just do it for tone. I think that's not what you want to do. Kid Scoop News writes, will you be coloring this today as well, Daryl, on YouTube? You know, I think my day's getting kind of long. I'm up over 6 hours on this today, considering the first cartoon. So I think what I'm going to do is put off coloring this until tomorrow morning. So I will stream again in the morning. In fact, if I get a great cartoon idea tonight, I might color it and draw another cartoon tomorrow. Trouble with drawing cartoons on Friday is that at the weekend deadline from the East Coast papers that happens earlier in the day. And you miss that and your cartoon gets lost because people aren't going to look at it until they come back to work on Monday. They put the Saturday and Sunday newspapers to bed, and typically the Monday newspaper, with regard to the editorial cartoon, to bed when they're at work on Friday. So miss your Friday deadline and screwed for 3 days. You notice that they will update the news, they'll update the editorials even. But the editorial cartoon is the one they picked on Friday. And there are some exceptions. USA Today works on the weekend for their Monday edition. And I've found that if I post a cartoon on Sunday, it gets considered for USA Today on Monday. Not a lot of cartoonists post on Sunday. And if I post it on Saturday, it might be too early for USA Today. They want to see it posted on Sunday. So, get a little sense of where the game is played. Excuse me. So if you want to see this one colored, of course you can go to darylcagle.com later when I have it all done and posted there. But I will be coloring this tomorrow morning on Twitch. Not quite sure what time, but you know, follow me, you get a notice. And I think I'm done. Am I done? Did I miss anything? Is there something else I need to draw here? Make any mistakes? Anything I forgot? If I keep fiddling with it, I'm going to overwork it. Yep, I think I'm done. This is it. The finished drawing. You saw it here first. Before anybody sees it in the newspaper, because it's not colored or uploaded yet. You've got the sneak preview. So I think what I'm going to do is sign off and come back tomorrow. Color this up. And thank you all for hanging with me for 6 hours and 14 minutes today. It's a long time. I'll keep futzing with little details if I let myself keep futzing. I used to like to get up and walk up to the back of the room and get a distant view on it to think of it in a different way, but my room isn't set up for that anymore. Kid Scoop News writes, I like the tail wrapping around the pitchfork. Those extra details make it more fun to look at. Well, thank you, Kid Scoop News. And you know, the way you do those details is as you're drawing it, you keep thinking about it. And you keep coming up with new stuff rather than just executing or tracing. Doing the inking, or in my case, the final